Hello, welcome to my channel. I'm Em and my books are everywhere. Let's see who we have already. And we have Grandma Susan, and she says, "Good evening, all. I'm listening to On Living Stone by Heather Kaufman. It's biblical fiction." Good deal. And we have Kat here. Hi, Kat. She says, "Hi, everyone. I'm reading Frictional Characters by Elizabeth Spann Craig, book 6 in the Village Library series." That sounds fun. I am reading Pride and Prejudice, and maybe I will start Beyond Ivy Walls tonight. I might do that. I also have my knitting that I will maybe be doing if I'm listening to Pride and Prejudice. Let me see if I can reach over there. So I have my February socks. So there's the second one. I'm still on the leg. And this is the one that I finished earlier. So that'll be the second one. That's what I'm going to be working on tonight. I also might bake some brownies, or I might wait till after because we're having some treats tomorrow. Oh, that reminds me, I forgot to send the email out. And we have Katrina, and she says, "Hi, gonna listen to today's Bible passage while figuring out a fiction book. My book on hold isn't ready yet." Yeah, that's, I've been finding lately that books that I want to check out from Libby have really long hold periods. And I have two library systems that are active on Libby. So it checks both systems, and neither one has like very like availability coming up for some of the books that I want to read. One of them, I wanted to do the next book in the Christmas Tree Farm series by Jacqueline Frost, and it had a really long wait. And I was like, Christmas is over. Nobody should be wanting to check these out, but it still has a long wait. And Jeanette's here, and she says, "Hello, plan to be switching between Paper Hearts and Christmas Captive tonight, reading a Valentine's book and a Christmas book." See, I was just talking about that I wouldn't think that people would still be reading Christmas. I mean, I would, but obviously Jeanette also. So I guess people do read Christmas books, even all the way almost to Valentine's Day. I did have some Valentine's that I was going to string up back behind me, but it's been a really rough work week, so I haven't had time to dig them out because I don't know where I put them. I checked in the garage and they weren't in. I have drawers that have like decorations for different holidays, and they weren't in the Valentine drawer, so I don't know where I put them. And let's see, what else do we have going on? February readathon is happening. I did finish, what did I finish? It's the Little Red Riding Hood Sleeping Beauty retelling by Cloaked in Beauty. I wanted to sit with a B, and I was like, Cloaked in Beauty. I finished that. I really enjoyed it. And again, I plan on starting Beyond Ivy Walls. I probably, depending on how, I'm going to be on vacation next week. So there, first of all, won't be sprints, but I will try to post a couple of videos next week. And I'll be back the week after that with sprints. But since I am on vacation, I don't know that I'm going to have a lot of reading time because it's a Disneyland vacation. So we'll be at the park for most of the week, and then I'll be traveling on the days before and after. So I may not get a lot of reading done next week. Maybe audiobook if I can find some audiobooks. But I definitely wanted to do more fairy tale retellings this month. And then I wanted to read also, I have a Victoria Holt book, The Landauer Legacy, that I got from a little free library last year, I think. So I'd like to read that. So one of my booktube friends, Stormy, I think her channel is called Storm Reads, and Sarah, I think her channel, she used to be Bookish Knitter, but she renamed her channel. I think it's Reading Category Romance is what her new channel name is. So they have a readathon. I think it's called Retro Romance, or Reading Retro Romance, something like that. But it's romance from before a certain year, and so I think my Victoria Holt qualifies for that. So I do want to participate with that book at least. And so Jeanette is saying the Christmas book was a spinner wheel pick. I'm not reading it this month by choice. Okay, gotcha. And Carmen is here. Hi, Carmen. She says, hi, everyone. And Jamie's here. She says, hello, friends. And she is going to work on Alame. And Hannah's here. Hi, Hannah. And she says, hello. I have Peter Pan on audio and On the Trail of the Truth by Michael Phillips and Judith Pella in physical form. I have a Peter Pan retelling. I'd like to read Peter Pan again. I have that, but I also have, it's an old Peter Pan retelling. What's it called? Peter and the Starcatchers, maybe? Something like that. Which I haven't read, but I've had for many, many, many years. So I think I want to try and read that one too. But man, time is just going so fast. And then I just found out that they're going to be doing a spring inspection. So yeah, I need to make sure that everything is spick and span because people will be coming into my home. And Jamie says, a flame, LOL, stupid autocorrect on my iPad. Yeah, I have a harder time. I thought I would have an easier time typing on my iPad because the keyboard is bigger, but I don't. I have a harder time typing on that than on my phone. I'm usually my phone to type on my phone. I don't usually watch sprints on my laptop, which would make typing comments a whole lot easier if I did, but I don't normally do that. But yeah, so February is going really fast, and then March will be here, and I will be reading mysteries and middle grade things in March. Plus, I don't know what else is going on. And I think I did tell you all about the readathon that I'm planning for April, March. I have, last week I was telling you about it, but I didn't have my little post-it note that had the categories that I was going to use. So let's see. If I plopped it in where it should go. I just don't know. I don't know. I didn't put it there. I must have put it in my reading journal. So during the sprint, I'll look for that and I'll let you know what the 8 prompts and then the free space that I have picked out. I'm really excited about that. I think it'll be fun. That's my Read Happy Readathon. But we are just about at 4:40, so I think it's a good time to start our first sprint. I do have a cute little ambiance that I'm going to go ahead and add there, and then we'll read until 20 after. and see how we all do. And I'll see you back at 20 after. Welcome back, friends. So I did change the ambiance. I tried something different, but then I went back to the bunnies because they were so cute. And we have Kay in. Hi, Kay. She says, hey, and 3 hearts. And your glasses are adorable, Em. Thank you. They're actually like tops that go on my glasses. They have these little flowers. I like them. And Jamie's saying hello to Kay. And Celestria's in. She says, hey, I'm going to be editing a video tonight. Good deal. I also have a couple of videos that I need to edit, but I probably will not get to them tonight. And Jamie says, cute ambiance. And Kat says, I love the bunny ambiance. I think it's so adorable. I just worry about being copyrighted because of the like chime music, because there was one ambiance, I don't remember which one it was, but I got copyrighted on it because of the piano that was playing in it. And Jamie says, hey, Cece. And then I was just letting you all know that I changed the ambiance. And then Annie's here. Hi, Annie. And she says, hi, Emma and everyone. I'm still reading The India Fan by Victoria Holt. I didn't realize it was 400 pages. I don't usually read long ones. From what I remember, it's been decades since I've read a Victoria Holt. I do have the one that I want to read this month, The Landauer Legacy. But I kind of remember that they were bigger books. Like my mom used to have them around the house all the time. And I remember them being not like super chunky, but like bigger than the Agatha Christie stuff that I was reading. Did that one not come up? There we go. So yeah, everyone, welcome in. How did everybody do on their reading? I decided to read Beyond Ivy Walls just because I haven't gotten my new laptop yet. And I think this one is just not, because I keep getting messages that the page isn't connecting and stuff. I think it's my laptop. So I didn't want to put more stress on my Wi-Fi by listening to my audiobook because I don't have it downloaded. So I decided to read a physical book. And so far I am liking it. So I have gotten to page 16, well, page 17, which is in chapter 2. And it seems like it's going to be a good fun one. So this is a Beauty and the Beast retelling, perfect for February. I think somebody else maybe was going to be reading this one or had this one that was a potential to read. So if it was you, let me know. And then I did finish my placemat. I still need to block it, but all the crochet is done, and I did sew on all the little hearts. So here it is. And I do want to block it so that it lies more flat, but I'm really pleased with it. It just is so cheerful. I love it. So I will be using this the rest of February and especially on Saturday. Yeah. Let's see how everyone else did. Carmen is saying, "OM, that is so cute." You know, when I saw the picture, I thought it was really cute, and I was like, I need to crochet that. So I'm glad that I signed up for that subscription box, at least for the 1 month. I did get that subscription box in finally, and it has 4 skeins of yarn. It's really cool though because it came with a little booklet, and the booklet has like how to crochet, and it has links to videos if you're a beginner, and it has 3 or 4 patterns in the booklet, and then it has QR codes for a couple of online patterns. But it also came with like some extra stuff. So it came with the crochet hook that was the right size for the yarn, and it came with some stork scissors, and it came with some tapestry needles and in like a little needle box. And then all of that came in like an organza little bag. So it was a really good deal, I thought, for what I got. And I am going to go ahead and take 1 more month of that and see how that second box is, and then decide if that's something I'm going to continue or if I'm going to cancel after that next box. But that was really good. And Hannah says, "M, that is so cute." And Kat says, "That's so pretty, M. I love hearts." And Kat says, "I read Beyond Ivy Walls this month." Oh, let me know what you thought of it. So far, I am enjoying it, and I'm enjoying the writing. Annie got to page 195. And Kat read 3 chapters. Sounds like you guys all did good, a lot better than I did. I had my little Humphrey that was wanting pets and stuff, which I would, I'm willing to give him, but he kept like moving around. Like he doesn't settle down so I can pet him. He's like all over the place. So I was like moving my book, trying to read and pet him at the same time. So it really slowed me down. Plus, I started a little there. And Hannah says, I didn't read anything I didn't read anything that sprint. Spent it trying to convince my daughter to eat her supper. Yeah, that's sometimes not fun. I don't know when I was a little kid, like I just wanted to play all the time. And it was like I never wanted to take a nap, and eating, like I would eat as fast as I could, but depending on what meal it was. But when I was like a little kid, like I couldn't settle down. I really just was like bouncing off the walls, which is so different now. It's like I love a nap. If I can get a nap, I am so happy. Um, and that could just, be aging, could be other things. But yeah, I wish I had the energy I had when I was a kid. Let's see what else I have to share with you all. I did find my little post-it note with the prompts for the readathon that I'm going to be doing. And so here are the prompts, and they're not in order yet because this was just like my first thoughts for what I wanted to do. So one of them is going to be a happy ending. Another one's going to be a cozy setting. Another one is going to be a faith element. Another one will be a scenic view, a feast or celebration, a kindred spirit, a pampered pet, a delectable treat. And then I have a bonus, the free space. I put here on beloved hobby. I might switch that around and use something else for the free space, like an optional one that you can choose to do or not. So I'm still working on the order and how I'm going to do it on the graphic, but those are the prompts basically that I'm going to be doing. I think that that's like a lot of stuff that you could find in a variety of books. to fill those prompts. I have, there's some people sick at work. I hope I'm not getting sick, but my throat has been dry this week. It could just be all of the change in weather. It's been warm, it's been rainy, then it's been warm. Today was warm, so it's a lot of back and forth, and I don't think that my body can adjust fast enough. Hi, Jeanette. She says, that sounds fun. I hope so. I hope it'll be fun for anyone that wants to participate. I am excited to put together some sort of graphic and kind of make sense of the whole thing. It's something that I'll be working on probably this weekend, because I will be on vacation, like I said, next weekday, and then I'll be coming home on Friday. And there's still like a week of February left after that, I think. So yeah, I'm very excited about that. Okay, I am caught up on the comments here. I think everybody checked in. Kat says, I really enjoyed Beyond Ivy Walls. There were some pleasant surprises in that book that made it more of an enjoyable read for me. Oh, good. Good. I'm looking forward to that. I think I find that because I don't generally tend to read, well, this is like in the last couple of years, I've been reading more Christian fiction. Before that, I would read some here and there, but it wasn't something that I was reading a lot. And I find that because it's like a new, most of the ones that I read are like historical fiction, which I love historical fiction, but there's like romance thrown in there because it's all kind of a newer genre for me, where there's like faith elements and things like that. I tend to like I don't have any preconceived ideas of what it should be like. So I just feel like because I tend to enjoy them, and I have a good time reading them. So, all right, let us see about getting into another sprint. Let me know what you all have going on besides reading, what you've been up to. I know, Hannah, you were trying to get your child to eat her supper. What are you all having, or what did you all have? Because I know it's later for a lot of you. I still probably won't eat for about an hour, and I'm not sure what I'm having. I meant to send an email at work today to bring treats tomorrow for Valentine's Day, but I forgot. I'm still planning on taking a heart-shaped brownie, but I don't know if anybody else is going to be taking any treats. I will be baking later. Paige is reading Pride and Prejudice and Les Miserables. I don't know if I told you guys this already. So I am trying to do the read along that Katie at Books and Things is doing of Les Mis, but I bought an abridged version without even realizing. I mean, that book is fat, and that was the abridged version. And that was like her thing, is to read the full version for the discussion and stuff, I would imagine. And Pride and Prejudice. So the yarn club that I did last month was The Great Gatsby. So I did read that one. Guys, that one's not my favorite classic. The people are just not very likable. And a couple of the things just make me uncomfortable. But I read it anyway because it was part of that yarn book club. And this month's pick, February, is Pride and Prejudice. So that's why I'm listening to Pride and Prejudice. And I'm listening to the version that Juliet Stevenson reads. So she's the actress that played Mrs. Elton in the Gwyneth Paltrow Emma. She's doing a good job. There was another version that I listened to last year, I think, that was really good, but I don't remember who the reader was. No, I don't remember. I think I checked it out on Libby last year, the audiobook. But yeah, so I hope you're enjoying it, Paige. And Hannah is asking, is this your lady's first time reading Pride and Prejudice? So Pride and Prejudice is my all-time favorite novel. I've read it many, many times since the first time I read it. I think I was in high school. I read it, let's see, I read it last year. I didn't read it in 24, but I think or did I read it in 24? I read it in 23. So maybe I read it almost once a year. And Katrina says, I'm knitting a pillow cover for a decorative pillow on my bed, found the pattern on Pinterest, and now making different colors. Very cool. I haven't tried to make any knit pillow covers because my cats are kind of rough. So I do buy these like plushy pillows, and they do like to make biscuits on them. But I mean, like this one cost $14. So if they like snag it or whatever, I'm not gonna be upset as if I spent time knitting a cover that they end up snagging. And Hannah says, that's awesome. I've only read it once, but I loved it so much. It's so good. I remember when my sister was reading it when she was, I don't remember if it was like a high school English class or her college English class. She was reading it and we were talking about it. And she was so excited. And she was so, like, she didn't want to read it at first because it's an older book. The language is different. But once she got into it, she just really loved it. And so now we have Pride and Prejudice in common, which is great. And Hannah is saying hello to Katrina. And Paige is enjoying Pride and Prejudice. I'm not enough in Les Miserables to decide if I like it or not. I haven't started it because I wanted to get the unabridged book, and I still haven't yet. And Jeanette says that pillow is cute. I got it last year, maybe. I don't think it was 24. It might have been. I got it at Kohl's. I thought it was really cute. And I have this blanket. I don't know if you can see it behind me. Was from the same collection. It's got Mickey and Minnie and these X's and O's. So I thought that was just a really cute little thing. And Katrina says, this is my second pillow cover, but gave the gray one to my sister-in-law for her birthday. Mine is burgundy. Yeah, I would love to do that, but I just fear that my cats would just snag all that yarn. I was wearing a sweater earlier and Humphrey was on me, and he just has very sharp little claws that I don't always trim. And he just like turned around to like get off of me, and then of course like a little snag happened on my sweater. So I do also try not to wear like hand knits when they're like around me. I'll wear them out, but I don't generally wear them a lot inside the house. And Hannah says, Pride and Prejudice surprised me with how hilarious it was. Jane Austen has great humor. Oh, for sure. I read Emma. Maybe it was Emma that I read last year. I'll have to look at my Jane Austen July stuff. But yeah, it's so funny. And Emma, I don't read as often as Pride and Prejudice, so I always forget like how funny it is. But yeah, Jane Austen had great humor in all of that. I'm just at the part where Mr. Collins is visiting for the first time, and oh my goodness. And Katrina says, hi, Hannah. Glad you are here too. Hope the kids cooperate for reading time. And Jamie had to step away for a minute. That's totally fine. Hannah says, I read Emma last year for the first time, and I think I only rated it like 3 stars. I just felt like it was way too long. I did like the humor in that, but it just dragged for me. I am also surprised because I've been reading Jane Austen a long time. But for the books that I don't read as often, Emma was long, but I think Sense and Sensibility felt really long to me the last time I read it. And gosh, how long ago was that? Maybe 4 years ago, I think is the last time I read Sense and Sensibility. And the story's great, but it did feel really long. Um, so that is something. Even Pride and Prejudice, I think it's like it's pretty long. I don't think it's quite as long as Emma, but yeah, I think Sense and Sensibility might be the longest, then Emma, then Pride and Prejudice. Mansfield Park is up there too. Yeah. Hi, Lucy. She says hi. It's her break time. Yay. Jeanette says, hey, Lucy. And Hannah says, however, I went and watched as many versions of it as I could, and it helped me understand it better. And I heart Mr. Knightley so much, actually more than Mr. Darcy. Mr. Knightley's good, but Darcy's still my favorite. So which version of the ones that you watched did you like? I watched the one that was more recent. It was not my favorite. The one with Kate Beckinsale, is that her last name? I like that one. The one with Gwyneth Paltrow is probably my favorite just because it's so pretty to look at. There's the one with what's her name? Romola Garai, I think is her name. And that one's good too. But which one was your favorite, Hannah? Katrina says, I will have to try reading Jane Austen. I've only ever watched the movies and TV shows. I would say just expect that it's going to be longer than you think. And just let yourself get used to the language with those. Katrina says, hey, Lucy. And Lucy says, Mr. Knightley is so much better than Darcy. We all know Lucy does not like Darcy. And Carmen says, hi, Lucy. Hannah says, I think I may need to read Emma again sometime with fresh eyes. Lucy says, Darcy, no. Hi, K-Tree. She says, hi, ladies. Lucy again says, Darcy is the worst. No, ma'am. And Jeanette says, the Gwyneth Paltrow is my favorite. You know, some people don't like that one at all. Like Katie, is it Katie from Books and Things? I think she doesn't like the Gwyneth Paltrow one. Lucy says, yes, the Gwyneth Paltrow Knightley is so... No, I don't think... Oh, swoony. is so swoony. And yeah, Jeremy Northam. And Hannah says, I love Colonel Brandon from Sense and Sensibility. I just watched a video. So if you guys like Jane Austen, Katie from Books and Things, she's one of the hosts that came up with Jane Austen July. She has a lot of videos on her channel where she does like discussions of Jane Austen's books and characters. And she does a series. I'm not sure if Colonel Brandon is one that she's done already, but she does series where she like really talks about the individual characters, like Mrs. Jensen, I think, in Sense and Sensibility. She's done a video on her, and it's just really good because these are characters that you don't immediately think of as the main characters, but she just like can find so much that Jane Austen put into them, and the way she discusses it, it's just so interesting. And yeah, it's so good. You get like new insights into all of that. Okay, it looks like we are caught up on comments. Oh no, here we go, Lucy. I don't relish the thought of reading Sense and Sensibility. I thought the movie was utterly boring. Is that the Emma Thompson Sense and Sensibility? There's one with Charity Wakefield. That one, is that a mini series? It was definitely like a UK, like a BBC one, which I liked. It was different than the Emma Thompson one, but I like that story, so I enjoyed both of those. And Lucy says the Emma Thompson one, it's definitely like got, and it's funny because it is just a movie. It's not like a mini series. So you would think with as long as that book is that they wouldn't have like a lag in stuff happening, but there are scenes of them like running in the field and stuff like that. Did you find the characters boring, Lucy, or um, just the movie as a whole? Because that's interesting to me. I do. Like if something is Jane Austen, I'm like immediately attracted to it. Same with like Agatha Christie, except that I did stop watching the Sarah Phelps adaptations because she was just getting too weird with her scripts. And Lucy says I couldn't get into the story. That's fair. And Hannah says my favorite version of Emma was the miniseries with Romola Garai. Okay. Yeah, that was a good one. And Lucy says, I'm determined to try it, but I'm not excited about it. Well, see, that's kind of how I feel about Les Miserables. It's such a big book. And I just finished Bleak House, which was a bigger book than I thought it was because the version that I bought had smaller print, but it was still 800 pages. And Les Mis is like 1400 or something. I don't know. Crazy. But I do want to read it, so I will, but I'm not excited about it. And Hannah says, Sense and Sensibility is my least favorite Jane Austen I've read so far. So my least favorite Jane Austen was Persuasion for the longest time. But I read it. So I went, oh gosh, when was it? Maybe 2020 or 2021. It just so happened that on my birthday, there was a new repertory company that was just getting started here in my county where I live. And they were putting on a costumed reading of a Persuasion adaptation. And it fell on my birthday. So I called my cousin up when I found out that it was happening. And I was like, hey, come with me to this. This is what I want to do for my birthday. So she went with me and we had such a good time. There was humor in it. Just like the storyline, it was the story of Persuasion, but all of a sudden I saw more humor in it than I had seen before. So I read it a couple of years after that. And it was hard to start, just like the first, I don't know, 2 chapters, 3 chapters, when it's just kind of going over the dad and like his penchant for like ancestry or whatever it was that it talks about. It felt there was humor in it, but I think I was just like reading it for the story at that point. So it was hard getting into it. But once I got into it, and then of course the letter is like famous in Persuasion, is one of the best love letters written in literature. And that I remember when I was reading that part, I was on my way to Southern California, but I wasn't driving. I was in the passenger seat. So I was reading my book and I was just like, oh my goodness. Like I had to stop and tell my cousin that was driving. I was like, the letter, and I was like, oh, and I read her like little bits and stuff because that was, it's just, oh my goodness. So it rose in my estimation. So instead of being my least favorite, it like moved up at least one. Now my least favorite is Mansfield Park. And yeah, because it's longer, because that one, I'm not as invested in the characters. I don't like some of the action that happens in that one. So that one's my least favorite now. I still read it. And Katrina says, I had to watch the Emma Thompson version a couple of times to appreciate it. That's fair. It came out at a time when I was like super into that. So I went to go see it in the movie theaters and I just loved it. And Lucy says, we aren't going to talk about Les Mis. But wait, Lucy, weren't you starting that one and you're taking it slow? Isn't that your next like long read? And Carmen says, my least favorite Jane Austen so far is Emma. That's interesting. I know some people don't like her character, the character of Emma, very much, and that makes it one of their least favorite. I think it's the same thing like with me in Mansfield Park. I just cannot connect to Fanny. And you think that I would because we have like a couple of similarities in our past. But for some reason, yeah, I just can't connect with it. And Hannah says, I rated Persuasion 4 stars when I read it. I wasn't too great a fan of the movies, though. Yeah, the movies, I think, are what gave me that perception that it was just like a more serious one. But that staged reading that I went to, like, brought all the humor out that's in there. So, yeah. And Kat says, hi, Humphrey, you cutie. Oh my gosh, did you guys see him? He gets like that. I don't know. And Lucy says, Carmen, no. And Lucy says, Emma is my fave. Here comes Humphrey again. He likes to like butt his head against me and it like always shakes what I'm doing. Hannah says, Emma has really, really grown on me. I honestly think it's my second favorite. I also loved Lady Susan because it was so funny. Guys, I haven't read Lady Susan. I have it now, though. So I probably will read it for Jane Austen July this year. And Lucy says, Humphrey's Tale. Yeah, his tale. And Annie says, I loved the Sense and Sensibility movie with Kate Winslet and Emma Thompson. It really reflected the culture of the time and the economic hardships women. Yeah, I really liked that too, that was like a theme in the movie. I mean, it is in the book, but in the movie, they really focused on that, how they had no power to change their circumstances, really. And a lot of that goes back to women not being trained to do things and not being allowed to work because of their social class and things like that. And then the brother and his wife, oh my gosh, she just frustrated me so much with her. Well, your father didn't mean that. And of course, if they got this, they would just count themselves lucky. Oh my goodness. And Annie says, I like the movie better than the book. That book is long. Like I said, I read it. Well, it's been a while now. It's been probably 3 years. And Carmen says, sorry, Lucy, she annoys me to no end. Yep. See, I think that's it. It's like how the characters, how you jibe with them or not. Yeah. And Hannah says, Annie, I like that one too. I enjoyed the movies of Sense and Sensibility more than the book. And Lucy says, and I hate Darcy to no end. Sorry, Lucy. Unfriend. Just kidding. You can have your opinion. And it's good that we don't, like the same people. And Hannah says, no, Lucy, we love a man who changes for the better. Yes. Because I feel like Mr. Knightley was always good, right? Like he was good all the way through. And Darcy had like the stuff that he had to grow out of and realize what he was doing and how he came across. Katrina says, my cat is patiently waiting for her nighttime feeding in 8 minutes. Oh my goodness. Humphrey, I did get up during that first sprint to go make sure that he had food, and his, you could see the bottom of the bowl. He still had a little food there, but so I filled that up for him. I don't know what he wants now. Probably a clean litter box. And Hannah says, you need to read Lady Susan. I will. I will make that one my Jane Austen July pick if I don't read it earlier before we get to July. And Lucy says, I just couldn't get over him calling Lizzie tolerable enough to notice the character growth. Well, this is what I will say, my thoughts about that part of the book, where he is not even looking at her, I believe. I believe that he is just like in his little shell, not really noticing what's going on, and he's just talking out of his butt. I don't think that he really meant that. And Jamie says, I'm going to read Mansfield Park this year. I can't remember reading it before. Emma has grown on me. Yeah. See, what I like about Emma, it's not that I like agree with her. I do think that she's spoiled. I do think that she doesn't think things through, and that she forces things, which are not things that I would enjoy in a person. But reading about how she's put in her place, this is not Schadenfreude. This is just, you know, because I do like that she ends up with Knightley. I do like that she realizes how she's acted and how that hasn't been correct. I love when Knightley chastises her after the strawberry thing and with Miss Bates. I love reading about these characters and even the ridiculousness of Mrs. Elton. Yeah, I do. I enjoy that book a lot. And it doesn't matter that I think Emma is spoiled and shouldn't be doing the things that she's doing, and kind of gives off a little mean girl energy. Okay, where am I? Okay, I think this is the last comment here. Katrina says, "Gonna give Sense and Sensibility a try this next sprint. See if I like Snape's character better in the book." Oh, that's right, because it's Alan Rickman. I was like, Snape. I was like, that's Harry Potter. I'm a little slow today. Okay. That's another interesting one, because in the movie, like, I feel like Colonel Brandon, Alan Rickman, he did a fine job, but I feel like they should have had a younger actor playing him, because I think he's supposed to be like in his 30s, and I think Alan Rickman was like pushing 50. So it was like kind of weird, but yeah. So let me know if you try it what you think. And Bethany's here. She says, hi, everyone. Just got home from a chocolate themed ladies activity at church. Oh, my goodness. Totally want some chocolate now. I might make some hot chocolate or not. I still haven't finished my drink. Guys, look at my cute little cup cozy. It's got little hearts inside that little pattern. So this is my Diet Dr. Pepper. that I haven't finished. So maybe I won't make that hot chocolate. And Katrina says, Bethany, that sounds like a fun night. Guys, I'm a little sad because my friend Cher, that you guys have maybe met on here, she does like a Galentine's party, but so it's usually like four of us, we get together and we have like snacks and stuff and do crafts, usually knitting, but other crafts too. The other ladies couldn't make it, so she rescheduled it to make it like a spring thing later on. So I'm a little sad about that, but it's okay because I need to get things ready here so that I can go out of town with a peace of mind. All right. We are at 6 o'clock. Unbelievable. Let's go ahead and get our next sprint started. So we'll read for 40 minutes. And so that'll bring us to 6:40. I'll do the bunny ambiance again. And hopefully there'll be no copyright strike on that. Let's put that on there. Go on that picnic. Oh my goodness. All right, we are back. So let's get caught up in a few comments. Let me know how you did. I continued on with Beyond Ivy Walls. I got to page 45, and that's in chapter 5, so that's pretty good. I think I did about 3 chapters that time. And I think next sprint I'll make my dinner. I think I'm going to do a tuna melt for tonight. So I think this was the last comment that we did. Katrina saying, Bethany, that sounds like a fun night. It sure does. And Hannah says, that sounds really fun. I'm going to a Galentine's tea on Saturday with ladies from my church. That is really fun. And Katrina says, Hannah, is it a fancy tee or casual? Sunday dress or jeans? And Hannah says, I don't actually know. I always seem to dress more fancy than everyone else. I like to dress up for a tea party. Hannah says, I have the perfect dress for a fancy tea, so I might just wear that. And Katrina says, that sounds like a lot of fun. Always feel so feminine. Hope you have fun. Jeanette says, got a chapter read and then watched a YouTube video and then switched back to watching the Olympics. You know, I normally enjoy watching the Olympics, but I don't have regular television anymore. And I think the last time I tried watching the Olympics, I couldn't find it. I tried going on, I think it was NBC's website, and it was just a hard time trying to watch it. So I just figured I can watch highlights later. And Katrina said, 4% into my book. Good deal. Carmen made it to chapter 26. Nice. And Annie got to page 215. That is good. So let me see if I can share this. One of my cousins has a birthday tea pretty much every year. She didn't this year because we did something else, but generally she has a birthday tea. Let me see if I can find a picture because I love dressing up. It's just a lot of fun. I love tea parties. And she has a huge collection of teapots and teacups. This was not her tea, but this was a tea house that I went to in San Juan Capistrano. I think it was for my mom's birthday, and that might have been last year. But yeah, it was really, really a nice time. And let's see. So this was a photo from one of her tea parties, my cousin's. So that's my mom. My mom's so funny. She's like, take a picture of this cup for me. So I took that picture. Let's see if I can get there. It looks like we had one on Zoom. That was probably 2020. Or that might have been something else we were doing. Okay, guys, cannot laugh. That's me at the tea party. I had a little fascinator. All right, let's see. Annie says she's watching the Olympics on YouTube. I'm just watching individual performances. Yeah, I think that's probably something I'm going to have to do. And Paige says, forgot to keep track. That happens to me all the time. Katrina says, beautiful China. And Jamie said, I did a tea party for my 50th birthday last year. Yeah, it's fun, huh? That is so cool. And Jamie says, I have so many teapots and teacups. I don't have a lot of teapots. I have a few tea for one teacups or teapots, you know, the one that has like the little pot and then the cup and it all kind of stacks. I have an Alice in Wonderland one. I have one that's like a chintz pattern. And I have another one that's just like a plain solid color. And then I have a couple of teapots, one that's kind of like a iridescent pale blue with a gold trim, and the other one is like a yellow chintz one. And then I have like the clear glass teapot. Yeah, but I have a ton of teacups because I love them. And Jamie says cute. Yeah, so that's something that I love. Tea parties. I love to find tea houses to go to that do like a cream tea and like a high tea and like a afternoon tea. This was that one that was in San Juan Capistrano in Southern California. We were doing like a double celebration of my mom's birthday, and I think we went like it was right before Easter. And that was like the women in the family plus a couple of my nieces. It was it was really fun and I love it. I love scones. I was actually going to make some heart-shaped scones tomorrow, but I decided instead I'm going to just make one big brownie. I have a heart-shaped pan, so I'm going to make it in that, and that'll be what I take for work. And as far as like this weekend, I'm really just going to be putting things in order and getting ready for my trip. And it's going to take me a while because I haven't felt the greatest and I haven't had a lot of energy recently. So yeah, I'll be spending most of the weekend doing that. Guys, I am really liking this book. I've already had like a couple of surprises, things that I didn't expect that yeah, I need to know. I need to know. So I'm going to keep reading in this. Katrina says, I started collecting the Prince Albert Old Country Rose china. My mom started it by finding a bunch at her thrift store. That is a lovely pattern. I really like that one a lot. That's cool that you collect it. I have, I want to say it's like a trinket tray in that pattern. And Jamie says, I love tea places. We have one in our town that I go to all the time. I wish we had more around. Me too. It feels like my sister worked at one at my hometown, but it closed. It was called, I think it was called Green Gables. And it had like a whole Anne of Green Gables theme. And my sister and all the other ladies that worked there would wear the long skirts and with like a white blouse, kind of very Edwardian looking. And they served afternoon tea and a cream tea. And they had the soundtrack from the Anne of Green Gables with Megan Follows. They had that playing the whole time. It's so relaxing. And then they would sell teacups and like Anne of Green Gable stuff. It was really fun. I was sad when they closed. Hi, Kelly. Kelly is here. She says, hi, everyone. And Jamie says, oh, Em, that would have been awesome. I know, huh? It's really sad, but I think my sister told me that the lady that owned it and ran it just wasn't like she couldn't afford to keep running it. So either it seemed to me like every time I went, there were always people there, but maybe it just was more expensive to run than the number of people that she had going in there. But it was wonderful. So that's where I got. I actually bought the paperback versions, the full set of the Anne of Green Gables books. But my sister's friend, a different sister, not the one that worked there, um, we were we were friendly. She was great. She was like always at our house with my sister, but we both had this love of Anne of Green Gables. She had only read the first book, so I gave her that paperback collection because we were kindred spirits, and I ended up buying another one. But yeah, so I had bought the one that I gave her there at that tea house. Yeah, it was really nice. And they always had like really good stuff. They had like they did like the 3-tier dessert plate, and they would have the scones, and they would have sometimes they would have like flavored scones. They would have like little tarts and other like little sweet things. And then they had like the top one had fruit. Usually it was like a honeyed banana with like walnuts, and I think maybe some grapes or some strawberries, sometimes chocolate covered strawberries. They had different things. But yeah, it was one of my favorite places to go. Even if I went by myself, I didn't care. I go eat out all by myself all the time. So I would go, and sometimes my sister would be working and sometimes not. But it was really fun because you'd walk in, and they had like a cabinet that had teacups like all hanging, so you could pick your teacup, and then they would give you the matching saucer. Then you'd go have your seat. It was really really nice. And again, that music, it's so relaxing, so much so that I bought the soundtrack there, and I still listen to it. It's like a great one. I love to put it on Sundays after church because it's just so nice. So you guys, anyone that's watched that, Megan follows Anne of Green Gables, the music that's playing in the background, it was like, I don't know, 10 tracks of that. But it was really great, and it's really nice to listen to that. And Katrina says, we have a mom and pop coffee shop that was started in a 2-story house. They kept it with the different rooms, which is nice because it is nice for more private conversations. We used to have a place, again, where I grew up called Java Jazz, and it was in an old house in a part of town where there's like a lot of beautiful big houses, and it was 2 stories, but I don't think you could go upstairs. I don't know if someone was living up there, but the downstairs, one of the rooms, like a front parlor, I think, was the where you would order, and then the kitchen is where they prepared the all this stuff. The main room of the house had tables, and then they had like a covered porch where they had tables out there too. And then in another room was the game room. They had like a lot of board games and other things like that that you could pull out, and there were tables there too. It was a fun place to hang out, especially when you were in high school and stuff and couldn't go other places. And Katrina says you could rent a couple of rooms for the parties. Cost of the drinks the people of the party buy goes towards the cost of the room. Oh, very nice. Yeah, that sounds really, really fun. I love a little shop. I love a tea room. I love where you could go and have a really beautiful environment and just enjoy some relaxing tea and some tasty treats. I love that. I think I think one of my dreams or dream jobs would be to have like a small bed and breakfast that had like a tea salon and then maybe a little gift shop. I think I would love that. Annie says, I really like the music from the original Anne series. There is one refrain they use for emotional moments, which makes me cry even more. Yeah, that music, I think Howard Shore, I think was the composer. Was it Howard Shore? And it's beautiful. I love it. Um, that one, and then the soundtrack to, what was the name of that movie? A Walk in the Clouds. I love those to put on like after church when I just want like peaceful sound. Let's see. I don't know what's wrong with my phone ever since the update. Oh, it wasn't Howard Shore. It's Haggard Hardy that does the music. But yeah, I love that album. Um, that's the soundtrack. It's so peaceful, and it does have like the the like more like country dancey one, but I love it anyway. And Annie says, is A Walk in the Clouds anime? No, it's a movie from, I want to say, the 90s with Keanu Reeves, where he's come back from the war and he sells chocolate. And he runs into this girl, and her family owns a vineyard in Napa, and she's like in a mess. So he agrees to pretend to be her fiance and then like leave her stranded so that her family doesn't think it's her fault. It's I love that movie, and the soundtrack is really nice. Katrina says it's with Keanu Reeves. Yep, it sure is. Um, let's see, there was something else that I wanted to share with you all, but I don't remember. Oh, I remembered. Okay, so I got more PET tapes from Wrong Wrong or Shop Wrong Wrong. This one I think is called Cozy, does it say? Cozy Book. So I can't wait to open it, but it's like, I don't know if you can kind of see through the tape there. There's like books and coffee and other things there. And she was having a sale. So there was one that was like a copper colored book theme, but they ran out of it. So they emailed me and they're like, pick any other one that you want. So I picked this one that's like cats, because look at this. It's a cat with a wig. It's just so funny. Um, so yeah, so I have more tapes for my book journal and my planner, all book themed. These are really cool. This one is, I think this one is bookstores, but the books are like all on the outside walls of the stores. They're really nice, real fun. I love these. Look at that tree. I know you guys can't see them very well through the cellophane that they're wrapped in, but I love stickers. Okay, we are at the top of the hour. Do you guys want to chat some more? Do you want to start another sprint? Let me know. I am probably still going to read this, but I'm going to go make my tuna melt first because it's already 7 here and I'm getting hungry now. So let's just go into another sprint. Get the ambiance set up. And we'll see you back at 40 after. Welcome back, friends. I took most of that sprint making my tuna melt. I didn't think that it would take that long. And I ate half of it, and it's really good. I listened to Pride and Prejudice. I didn't read in my book. And I'm at the part where Wickham is telling Lizzie how Darcy wronged him. Carmen says, I have to head off for the night. Thanks for the sprints. Good night, everyone. You are welcome, and good night, Carmen. And Kat says, I got to 30% in my book. Thank you for the sprints. Have a good night, everyone. Good night, Kat. Good job on getting to 30% in your book. I am considering one more sprint, but I'm also good stopping. So let me know if you all have it in you for one more and how much you got done during this last one. Jeanette got 2 chapters read. And Tabitha says, I read a couple of chapters in Fairest of Heart. How are you liking that? Because I really liked that one. And Katrina got to 10%. And Annie got to page 230. Awesome. Yeah, those Texas Ever After series, I really liked it. In the third one, Cloaked in Beauty, there was like a little preview of a new series at the time, I guess, when she published that one, that I got into like right away. So I need to get that one and read it soon. Annie says that she can get to have another sprint. Awesome. And Jamie read about 10 words. Oh my goodness. That's like, if I didn't have that audiobook of Pride and Prejudice, I wouldn't have read anything. And I didn't remember that I had that audiobook ready to go until I had like already mixed the tuna and was getting the stuff out. So I think probably like a good 5 to 10 minutes into the sprint before I remembered and turned that on. And Tabitha is 8 chapters in and really enjoying it. I really, really liked it. I loved all of the little throwbacks to Snow White. Every time I found one, it would just give me an extra chuckle. Hi, Steve. Steve says, definitely one more, mainly because I just sat down to read, so only read a page and a half. Well, hey, that's still good reading. That's, like I said, I don't think if it hadn't have been for the audiobook, I would have gotten anything done. I'm really enjoying this book. So our main couple has met already where I'm at. Oh, guys, I didn't turn the ambiance off. I'm sorry. They're such cute bunnies. So I got to the part where they have met, and then he has gone home to think about things. So yeah, I'm probably going to continue reading this in the next couple of days. I do have a lot of stuff that I have to get done before I go out of town next week. And then I do have that sprinkler inspection that's going to happen when I'm not here. So I have to plan for what I'm going to do with my cats, because one of the things is that if we have pets, we're supposed to be here. And I won't be. So I don't know if I'm going to have somebody come in and stay with my cats on that day. If it had just been a couple of days later or next week, would have been really good. And let's see. Steve, do you know what time Lucy's going to get home? I know she wanted to be in sprints, but she thinks she's not going to make it back in time for that last one. I am going to finish eating my tuna melt, which is good. Do you guys like tuna melts? How do you make them if you do? What I did was I have some sourdough, and then I put some cheddar jack cheese on the bottom, and then I mixed my tuna how I always mix it, with just some mayonnaise and pickles and a little bit of salt. And then I spread it on top of the cheese and then toasted everything until the tuna was all warm and the cheese was melty. I thought about putting the cheese on top, but then I thought that it might get burned before the tuna was heated all the way through. So let me know. Let me know if you do a tuna melt, how you do it. And Hannah says, I cannot stomach the thought of canned fish. Okay, sorry, Hannah. We won't talk about tuna then. Is anybody else like that too? Jeanette says, I don't think I've ever eaten one. I hadn't until about 3 or 4 years ago. We were going from California to Utah, and I was driving with my sister and her kids. And we stopped at Subway. And this was the time where Subway had the little pizzas. So I got a pizza, and my niece got a tuna melt. And like, I had known about tuna melts, but it didn't sound appetizing to me. But she just looked like she was enjoying it. So I was like, let me try your sandwich. And I tried it, and it was really good. So I have been eating them, not very often, but I've been eating them ever since. And Tabitha says, I've never had a tuna melt, but it sounds good. If you like tuna sandwiches, it's just like with cheese. And Annie says, or no, Katrina says, like tuna salad, but not sure how that is different than tuna melts. I think it's just the cheese. And I did mine open face, but when you like order it at Subway, it's like the two breads. But yeah. Annie says, I don't like warm tuna or cheese with it either. I didn't think I would either, but I tasted hers and it just was like really good. And so I have been eating them since. I don't know. My taste buds probably have changed because I don't think it's something I ever would have tried. Another thing that I've never had and still I'm on the edge of even attempting to try it is a tuna casserole. But I guess it wouldn't be that different than a tuna melt because isn't it just like tuna and noodles and cheese? I don't know. But I haven't tried that at all. I don't think I even have ever seen one in person. And the tuna melt, I hadn't never seen one in person until a few years ago when that trip that I saw it. But I do like sandwiches a lot. There's other, I guess, like there's an ice cream shop here that has like a grill and they also sell sandwiches and they sell like old fashioned sandwiches. So there's like a liverwurst and there's like an olive loaf. And I haven't tried those and I don't know that I would want to. I don't know. It just doesn't sound good. But I was surprised by the tuna melt, so maybe I should try them and I'll be surprised by them too. All right. I think, guys, if we go into a sprint soon, we'll be done right around 8:30 or a little after, depending on how soon we go. So I think that might be the final sprint. So I could get some stuff done here. I have laundry to do. I have to figure out what I'm going to wear, what I'm going to pack, get stuff set up for my cats, and get stuff set up for that sprinkler inspection because all of that will need to be done before I leave town. And Tabitha says, we love tuna casserole. I do a homemade cream of chicken, noodles, and usually some kind of veggie. Okay, so there is like more in it, huh? Do you do chicken and tuna or do you do chicken in place of the tuna? And what kind of veggie? Like broccoli or like green beans or something else? Potatoes. I don't know. I haven't experienced tuna casserole. All right. Well, Hannah, what's your favorite sandwich if you don't like canned fish? Do you like bologna? I like a fried bologna sandwich. I don't like a cold bologna sandwich. What else? Ham and cheese. I like ham and cheese. I like turkey. Celestia says, I've never had tuna casserole either, but I do like tuna. So this, it's already cooling down, but it's like sourdough. And then there's the cheese right there that got all melty and bubbly. And it was hot when I pulled it out. And then the tuna did get a slight little toast on top. I should try it next time with the cheese on top and see if the tuna warms up all the way. or if the cheese just, would be too done before the tuna would get hot. And Steve says, hot beef commercial sandwich. Okay. Guys, I had for the first time, because I was watching some YouTube channel of this British guy that came to New York, and he had a corned beef pastrami sandwich from Katz, I think it was Katz Deli. And he just went on and on about how good it was. And my mom makes corned beef sometimes, but I don't really eat it I never made it on my own, but I went to Firehouse Subs. Do you guys all have that where you live? And they have a corned beef and pastrami sandwich called the New York Steamer. So I had it there about 3 or 4 weeks ago. It was so good, like so good. So next time I go to Firehouse Subs, I think that's the sandwich that I'm going to get. And Hannah says, what kind of bologna are we talking about here? The gross kind or the good kind? Well, you would probably say it's the gross kind. I usually get like all beef bologna. If I get it, I rarely get it. But like I said, I don't eat it cold. I always fry it, not like in oil, but just like on the pan, cook it. But it's not something that I very often get. And Celeste is saying, ooh. And Hannah's, she's laughing at Hannah. And Tabitha says, usually broccoli or peas. And I use chicken broth and milk to make a sauce. Oh, did you say it was homemade, like chicken, cream of chicken? Let me go back and look at your comment. Where did I have it? How far back is it? Oh, guys, I skipped some comments. Steve says she's done now, but she might not be home until 10. So it's 9:45 now. Okay, well, it sounds like she'll come in during the sprint if we're sprinting, or maybe she'll make it before we get there. Homemade cream of chicken. That's what it is. I just saw the chicken the second time I read it and thought that you put that in place. And let's see, what else did I miss here? Okay, I think we're back in business. And Hannah says, I love a delicious sweet bologna sandwich. Sweet bologna. I don't think I've ever had sweet bologna. I have had like bologna from a deli that's kind of different from like the packaged bologna, and that's good. But again, I don't know why. Maybe because that's how my grandma did it when I was little. She'd cook the bologna and then put it like on white bread or a tortilla, roll it up. And Celestria says, I love egg salad sandwiches and subs and ham or turkey and cheese or salami. I just love sandwiches in general. Me too. And egg salad sandwich, I love that. I love that. I take that to work. It's easy to make. It's quick. It tastes good. I like eggs. I like deviled eggs, boiled eggs. So a sandwich is good. And then as far as like salami, love it. Cheese, ham, turkey, all really good. And Annie says, I love pastrami. My mom used to have it all the time for sandwiches. My mom did too. So she would make pastrami sandwich at home. But there's this place where Okay, guys, you're going to think that there was only food places where I grew up. But where I grew up, actually like 30 minutes away from where I grew up, there was this a drive-in, food drive-in called Elmer's, and they make pastrami sandwiches, but it feels like the last couple of times I've gone, they're not as good, but they used to be like so good. And on my pastrami sandwich, I just like the pastrami, some Swiss cheese, and some pickles and mustard. That's how I like my pastrami. And they would make it just like so, so good. But like I said, the last couple of times that I went, it seems like it wasn't quite up to what I remembered. And Steve says that sandwich is absolutely amazing, especially on a pretzel bun. Oh, yeah, pretzel buns are good. And Steve says if we're talking about a Subway sandwich, I'd like the chicken bacon ranch. I haven't had that one. I don't usually get a chicken sandwich there, but they do have those new protein wraps, and they have a chicken parmesan one that I had that was really garlic parmesan. It was really good. And Hannah says, I love a good sub on a homemade roll. Nice. Another place that we had when I was growing up was called the Sub Machine, and it was sub sandwiches, but they all had names of like gangsters and stuff. My favorite was the Bonnie and Clyde, which was a ham and cheese one, and they had like Italian dressing, but then they'd broil it. It was so good. Um, and Hannah says it's like darker than the packaged stuff, kind of looks like ground beef. Hmm. I'm gonna have to search it out. And is it sweet? Steve says, I also like chicken salad sandwiches. Yes, me too. And I agree with Celestia as far as the egg salad sandwich. They're absolutely amazing. I love chicken salad sandwiches as well. Um, I like all kinds of chicken. My mom would make like a savory one. So it was chicken, salt and pepper, mayonnaise. I don't know what else she put in it. Um, but my sister introduced me to the chicken with mayo and like grapes and cashews or some type of fruit and some type of nut. So that's usually what I do now. My sister would do it on a croissant, but I would do it like on any kind of bread, sourdough, ciabatta, any kind of bread. Um, but I happen to like walnuts. So I do like a walnut craisin chicken salad sandwich that I love. And that's really good on sourdough. And then also I like an almond one with the grapes. That's another one that I really like, red grapes. I love that a lot. And Hannah says, it's what I grew up on. Ate a lot of deer bologna growing up too. I don't know if I could do that. I always feel like I haven't had deer of any kind, but I always feel like it would have too strong of a taste for me. But I guess if you grow up with it. Annie started to say something, so we'll see if she comes back with the rest of her thought there. And Celestria says, deer bologna, interesting. I like the beef kind, and I'll eat it cold or cooked. Yeah. And Katrina says, I'm falling asleep on the couch, much to my cat's dismay. I'm thinking of going to bed. I told her not to jump on my lap, but she ignored me. Yeah, cats, you can't tell them anything because they'll do what they want. Um, if you do go, have a great night, Katrina. Get some rest. Celestia says, I like the chicken bacon ranch too, Steve. I'm going to have to try it then next time. There's not very many places to get food for lunch where I work, but there is a Subway. There's a Subway, Jim Boy's Tacos, McDonald's, Chinese food place, donut shop. in a boba place. Like that's it. That's like close enough to walk because I think I've said this before. Our employee parking lot is really small, so we don't all fit there. And if you like drive your car away, somebody will take your spot. And the other public parking lot is not great. So I don't move my car once I get to work. And so I eat. I either take my lunch most of the time, but if I am going to buy lunch out, it's one of those places. And Hannah says, it's so delicious, especially if they make it into sticks with cheddar cheese. Yum. And Celestia says, sounds good. I've only ever had deer jerky before, but it was good. My goodness. Steve says, deer meat is awesome. Okay, maybe I'm missing out. And Jamie says, chicken salad and egg salad. Chicken salad and egg salad are both great options. And Hannah says, yes, it is sweet. There is also Lebanon bologna, and then there is sweet Lebanon bologna. Same thing, just different seasons. And Hannah says, deer meat does have a more gamey flavor. That's what I would expect. I think I'm just not as adventurous when it comes to meat because I pretty much stick to beef, pork, chicken. I think. And Jamie or Paige says she doesn't care for bologna. And Jamie says deer is good if it is processed correctly. And Celestria says, I would be going to the boba place. I almost went. Was it today? No, it was yesterday. I almost went to the boba place, but I have to be really careful with boba because I need to be watching my carbs and my sugar. And I don't think that they have like a zero sugar option at the boba place. Maybe they do if I just get the tea, right? But is there sugar in the boba or carbs? Because what are they made out of? Like tapioca? And Hannah says, yes, it has to be processed correctly. Otherwise, it can be incredibly dry because it is a lean meat. And Paige says, my mom would make bison burgers for me when my protein was really low. Because do they have more protein, Paige? I haven't tried bison either. There's a restaurant in like the central coast of California, a little bit going in, so not like right on the ocean, that does ostrich burgers. I've been to that restaurant, but I didn't get one of those. Again, not adventurous with my meats. Um, and there's places that do bison burgers. Do you guys know who Guy Fieri is? He had a restaurant here for a while. Well, he had a couple of restaurants here, but one of them did um, unusual meats. So he would have, I'm pretty sure he had like alligator and he had bison. I don't remember what else he had, but that restaurant had amazing garlic fries. So I would go for the fries. And Hannah says, alrighty, time for me to go to bed. Little man is almost ready and my phone is about to die. Thanks for the sprints. You're welcome, Hannah. You have a great night and thanks for all your thoughts on bologna. And Steve says, yum, bison, though I do like a lot of game type of meat. And Celestria says, I've been drinking more sugar-free stuff lately too, so yeah, probably would be terrible for me if a boba shop was within walking distance from me. Yeah, it's hard. I have been doing pretty good. So a couple of years ago, actually it'll be like 2 years next month, I started a modified keto plan, which I'm not always 100%, but when I am 100%, I feel so much better. I have more energy, but a lot of that is it's because dinner gives you energy, but it also gives you. So having not sugar or less sugar like really makes a difference for me in my energy levels. They're higher actually. And Paige says there's about 28 grams for 4 ounces of bison. That's pretty good. And Paige says, night, Hannah. And Steve says, I've had deer, bison, alligator, turtle, quail, and duck. I've had quail out of all of those. My dad doesn't like turkey, so for Thanksgiving, he always picks some other bird. So we have had a lot of game hen. We've had quail. We've had what's the little one called? If anybody can think of it, put it in the comments. And Steve says, night, Hannah. And Celestia says, my parents have done keto and carnivore off and on, and they feel a lot better too. I haven't gotten that strict with myself yet, LOL. It's good if you're just able to like be moderate and like eat food and stuff. But I love like all the starchy stuff, bread and pasta and potatoes and corn, and just like give me all those carbs in the form of starch. And that's, probably not a good deal, at least for me. So I do try most of the time to be better about that. And Lucy says she's here. Yay, she made it to the end before we start our very last sprint. Celestia says, Steve, I've had alligator and rabbit. And she says, I love carbs. Yeah, me too. Me too. And Celestia saying hi to Lucy. Lucy's home from work. Yay. All right, so it's almost 10 after. Are y'all ready for this sprint? That would, if we do another 40-minute sprint, that would take us to 8:50. And then that would be the last sprint. And Jamie, yes, that is exactly right. Cornish hen. That's the other one that we've had. Because my dad does not like turkey. And it's something that we would like have quite vocal discussions about at Thanksgiving because we all wanted turkey, but he didn't like it. He always thought it was too dry. He would make this turkey where he would debone the chest cavity of the turkey, and then he'd fill it with a mix of sausage and what else? Chicken? What else? I know there was 3 layers, and it wasn't a turducken. But was it duck or was it chicken? Or was it pork? I don't remember, but I remember that because he took the bones out and then he'd stuff it, you could slice the breast just like in slices, and then you would have like turkey on the outside, then the other thing, which could be pork or chicken. It might have been like a pork loin, and then the sausage in the middle, and then an egg. So he would put like eggs in it. So when you sliced it, you got like part of a boiled egg in there in the middle. And that was actually pretty good. The seasoning in the stuffing was really good, but it's like a process to make that. I made it one time, but I actually had the turkey deboned at the butcher area of the grocery store. I didn't try to debone it myself. And Jamie says crawfish. I don't think that I've had crawfish. I have had lobster and crab and shrimp. And Celestria says, Sprint, I'll be trying to finish up editing for tonight. Okay. All right. And Paige says, I'm trying to go at least 90% plant-based. There's a lot of stuff that I eat that's meatless. I don't eat a lot. Like I don't have to eat meat every day. And a lot of my meals don't have meat in them. And most of the meat that I eat is probably chicken. I do like salmon. I mean, I eat all the meat, but just like not like all the time. Like my dad always wanted to have meat and a starch and a something else. Um, but I'm fine having like vegetarian dishes. And Jamie's asking, has anyone had crawfish? I guess. Is that what you're asking, Jamie? Paige says, I've never been a big meat eater. And Paige says, hi, Lucy. And Celestria says, never had crawfish. All the legs freak me out. If someone got the meat out for me ahead of time, I would try it. And Paige says, Cornish hen is good. Yeah, he always made like this mustard rub that he would with. Do a see we are. And Paige says, the only seafood I eat is salmon, tilapia, and when I have a little extra money, mahi mahi. Those are all good. I mostly eat salmon. Every once in a while, I'll have a tilapia at like a restaurant. And mahi mahi, my brother-in-law like grills it, and so I have it then. But I don't usually make it at home. Usually, the only fish that I make at home is salmon. And Jamie says, I actually don't like them unless the tails are cooked in some like etouffee. My dad makes a paella and he puts all kinds of seafood in there. That's like his dish when he invites company over. Like that's what he makes all the time. And he has saffron like in his cupboard, but nobody is allowed to use it. Only him, and only when he makes his paella. And Lucy says, I love salmon. And Celestria says, me too. And Paige says, mahi mahi is really good with a pineapple salsa. Yeah, right? It like lends itself to that like tropical flavor. And Jamie says, I love shrimp. I go in waves with shrimp. When I was a little like toddler to age 5, I liked shrimp a lot. And there was a Chinese food restaurant that would deliver, and my uncle would babysit me quite a lot. And so he would get Chinese food delivered, and they had the fried shrimp, and I loved it. And then one time I bit into it and pulled all the bread off and was left with like the pink veiny shrimp. And I got so disgusted, I didn't eat shrimp until I was an adult. Like, no, couldn't do it. And Celestria says, shrimp is my favorite seafood, Jamie. And now I do. I love shrimp. And do you guys, the Costco coconut shrimp that you just like put in the oven? Oh my gosh. So good. All right. Let's get our sprint started on that food. On that food talk. I need to finish my dinner so that my doesn't grumble. Let's get this going. I was traumatized, Celestria. I'm serious. I think I was about, I don't know, 5 or 6, and I didn't eat shrimp again until I was like 20. And Steve says shrimp is amazing, lobster is amazing, crab is amazing. They're all pretty good. They're all pretty good. Okay, let's get this going, and we'll see you guys back. I can do math at 55. 55. Welcome back. I finished my sandwich and I got a bit of reading done. I'm really enjoying this so far. I made it to the end of chapter 7, so I'm ready to start chapter 8. Probably not till tomorrow. And let's see how you all did, and we'll catch up on comments and then we'll end sprints. Paige says, I can't shop at Costco. There's too many people there for me. You know, it depends on the Costco. There are a few Costcos in this area, and one of them is actually quite manageable. There's not usually a very long line. Lines are very quick, and there's not a lot of people walking around. But then I don't know how many miles in between that one and the next one. The next one is busy. It's like one of the top Costcos like in the nation. And it makes a ton of business. So it is always crowded. You can never find a parking spot. It takes forever to check out. So yeah, I don't know how many Costcos are close to you, but you might be able to find one that's not as busy. Jamie says, good night, y'all. Good night, Jamie. Lucy, amazing. 20 pages read in Mockingjay. I'm almost done with chapter 20. Do you know where Kelly is and if you've caught up to her? And Annie says she got to page 240. Great. Great. Let's see. What else have I got planned? Just work. I missed my book club. I had a Zoom book club today and I totally missed it. And I totally wanted to be there because the book that we were reading is a middle grade mystery. Let me see. I'll get it. It's back here in my TBR stack. It is Riley Carson and the Cherokee Caves, and it is by Megan Wargala. And Megan actually is in that book club, and we decided to do her book this month. And yeah, so I really wanted to, and I like totally forgot I was gonna pop in there during the first sprint because it's around that time. And so I missed it. But we usually do 2 meetings with that book club. We do a halfway meeting and then we do a final meeting. So I might still get a chance to be in that final one to discuss it. Oh my goodness. I'm doing all of Lucy's remarks in the wrong order. So she says, I'm so close to her. I think she said she read through 20 yesterday. And I was on sprints till 2 a.m. catching up. Oh my gosh, really? Wow. And Paige says, I'm in the middle of chapter 8 for Pride and Prejudice. Let me see where I am. I'm on chapter 18 of Pride and Prejudice. And Lucy says, me and Carmen and Morgan and Cece and Steve. Is that who I have left? Or are you guys the ones that were up until 2 a.m. yesterday? Crazy people. Of course, if it was 2 a.m. Lucy's time, it would have been midnight. I was fast asleep. I was asleep like soon after I logged off. And Paige says there's only one Costco near me, and it's right in the middle of downtown in the highway, so it stays busy. Yeah. And Lucy says, no. We were the ones up till 2 a.m. Yeah, that is nuts. Nuts. Lucy says, wait. What am I waiting for? What am I waiting for? Cece left before the last one at like 1:30. That was Lucy saying that. See, I don't know. I think maybe Celestria has a good head on her shoulders and isn't always staying up so late. I'm just saying. It's I think you guys are in a way lucky because your work schedule varies. So you can stay up later and not have to be up so early the next morning and be, at work. I do try to be at work right around 7 every morning, which means I'm usually getting up somewhere between 5 and 6, depending on if I really need to be there at 7 or like how much I need to do. Like, am I going to be blow drying my hair that day or what have you? I need to get up earlier for that. But if I'm just like in the shower out with my letting my hair air dry, I can get up a little later and still make it not too late after 7. And Lucy saying it would have been 2:30 her time. She's an hour ahead of me. Wow, that is late. Yes, here's Humphrey, my little guy. It's like he knows when I'm on and has to like come and make an appearance. Like he doesn't look at the camera, but he like has to swish his tail in the frame and on my face. Susie's saying Humphrey. He's so funny. Guys, did I show you my earrings that are like my cat's? I think I sent them to the chat, but let me see where I put them. So I ordered them off of an Etsy shop, and the Etsy shop is Amanda Flower. She's a cozy mystery writer, and I think she actually started writing another book that's less cozy mystery and is more historical fiction. But she has like 22 cats that she's caring for right now. Some of them are like her personal cats, and other ones are cats that that are like they would have been put down if she hadn't had taken them in. And so her husband makes jewelry and they sell it on the Etsy shop, and then they use all those proceeds to pay for the food and the vet bills and all of that stuff for the rescue cats. So they had some cat earrings on the Etsy shop, and this is actually two different pairs of cat earrings, but I got them and I wear them one of each like a pair because they look like my cats, like Humphrey and Audrey. And she's even chubby like my Audrey is. And he's got the big blue eyes like Humphrey does. So what I'm going to do is I have an alcohol marker and I'm going to color his little pink nose black because Humphrey has a black nose, and put a little splotch on it. And then it'll really be my Humphrey and Audrey, and I'll have them as earrings, which I think are so cute. And Lucy says, I want to see the place too. Okay. Here's the placemat. I still have to block it, so it's kind of not as square as it should be. But there it is. Placemat with all the hearts. Yeah. So I'll need to block it and then it'll be ready to go. And Paige says, I usually don't go to bed until 3 a.m. I had to take my mom for cataract surgery the other day, went to bed around 10 and still didn't get to sleep until 3 a.m. Oh my goodness. And Lucy says, OMG, the earrings. And the placemat is so cute. Yeah, I am really happy with that placemat. I saw that picture of it. I don't know if it was on Instagram or if it was on Facebook, but it was like, one of those ads that comes up. And I was like, I need to make that. And then the other patterns that I got with that are also really cute. So there's some like heart coasters. Sorry, guys, I'm getting sleepy. There's like a couple of sweaters, a cardigan, and then a pullover. And Paige says, I like that. Still don't care for cats, though. It's totally fair. But yeah, thank you all for joining me. I am getting sleepy, so I'm going to be logging off here in a second. Thank you for sharing this reading time with me and all the chat. I have really loved it. And I am not going to be doing sprints next week because I am going to be out of town. But I will be back with sprints the Thursday after that. So no sprints for me on the 19th, but on the 26th, I'll be back. Lucy said that she's not working next Thursday, so maybe y'all can talk her into doing sprints on Thursday night. Otherwise, I will see you on the 26th. Thank you for joining me. I hope you all have a great couple of weeks until I see you again. I will have some videos that I will be posting next week. Hopefully I'll get those edited before I head out of town because I don't think that I'll have any time once I start driving to Southern California. It'll be just full of family and I want to spend time with my family. So I need to get those things done before I leave. And Lucy says, P.S. Sorry for disappearing suddenly earlier. Well, you were on break, right? We understand. Break ends. You have to get back to work. And Annie says, thanks for sprints. Have a nice trip. Enjoy D-Land. We miss D-Land. D-World is not the same. Okay, guys, let me just interject here real quick. So a lot of Disneyland related things have been coming up on my Instagram feed, and just like other places. And I was reading this article from somebody that was comparing Disneyland and Disney World and saying one park is better. If you only can experience one, choose this one. So I was reading it and he said Disney World. And so like he was giving his reasons, and he's like, I've been to Disney World 20 times and I've been to Disneyland 10 times. And I was like, I've been to Disneyland 10 times in a year. I've been to Disneyland more times than how many years old I am. And I was like, I don't know that I could trust his word, because it feels like he hasn't really gone to Disneyland that much. And 20 times at Disney World for a big theme park fan, I don't think that's a lot. What do y'all think? I think that he didn't have enough cred on that. And Lucy says, I was at work on my break and had to rush back up front. Yeah, I figured. I remember those retail days. And Lucy says, thanks for sprints. And Lucy says, yes, I will see what happens next Thursday. I was actually considering possibly doing Valentine's Day sprint Saturday. That would be fun. I could pop in and out, like as far as like in the chat and stuff, but I really have to get done things at home. And then I think, I want to say the Hobbit discussion is on Saturday too. I think that's 5:30 East Coast time. And Lucy says, Steve has to work, so I will be home alone. I will be home alone too, but doing stuff. And Lucy says, anyone up for Galentine sprints? That would be super fun. And Annie says, we've been to each 10 times, but it has been 20 years since we've been to Disneyland. It may have changed since then. Well, there's lots of different things. And they say Disneyland will never be finished, that it's always changing. The Star Wars land is new since then, Annie. And let's see what else. I don't know. Was Toontown there 20 years ago? I don't remember if it's newer than 20 years ago. But they still have the Disneyland Railroad that goes around the park. You still see those dinosaurs. The monorail is still there. Small World, like all the good classic rides. Paige is saying good night. Thanks for sprints. Good night. And Lucy says, Annie, hi. And haven't seen you in a while. I thought Annie was on sprints the other night. Maybe it was here last week. Annie says, yes, it was. We found that the food was better, especially at the Victorian restaurant. Yeah, that's a good place to eat. There's different foods. I really missed the barbecue place that they had, but now they sell the barbecue at the Hungry Bear, so that's good. And Paige says, Lucy, you should do sprints on Sunday the 15th for my birthday. Well, happy pre-birthday, Paige. And Celestria says, I finished with my video for tonight. Oh, good job. And Annie says, hi, Lucy. No, I haven't felt good off and on for a couple of months. Isn't that horrible, Annie? I get that too. And Lucy says, okay, bye, everyone. And then she says, oh, no, I'm sorry you haven't been feeling well. Me too, Annie. It's not great. It's not great. It really saps what your energy and what you're able to do. Celestia says, bye, Lucy. And Lucy says, oh, I don't do much on social on Sundays. All right. Well, there you go. But happy pre-birthday, Paige. I will see you all in a couple of weeks. Thanks for joining me. I love chatting with you all the time, and that we get to read also, get some reading done. That's a bonus. So see you in a couple of weeks. Good night, all.